Alright, let's go ahead and get started here. So, day 2 of, like, the new player experience. This will probably be the last one. I think after about 8 hours of playtime, we have a good understanding of what, like, a new player goes through. So far, it's a little rough. I think the over-reliance on silencers early, or just, like, how important silencers are early. There's a clear night and day difference between silencers and not silencers, and it feels a bit much. I kind of honestly feel that maybe, considering the war-torn nature of the setting, right, it would kind of almost make sense of a certain degree of ambient noise in the background. Maybe depending on the map or like the particulars of the map. Say for example, there'd be much more background noise on a map like Day Scorched Enclave than Night Scorched Enclave. Hey John. And so perhaps guns are relatively more quiet because of that. Or draw less aggro. That's probably a bit to put in though, but it could be doable. Basically, I'm just trying to find ways of like letting players be a bit more stealthier without silencers, because it does kind of feel like a night and day difference. Anyway, all right, so let's go ahead and start selling some things too while we're here. Level 3 scavs. Let's go talk to Grillo, I guess, and start selling him some shit. We want to get up to the pack mule rig. Gotta sell all of the things. We're getting there with him at least. We're pretty close to, there we go, level 3. And some good money too. But like once we get the pack mule though too, like right, we don't really need anything else money-wise. It's a nice to have but not necessary. Hey boo boo. I think that's fine for now. Everything else is like not worth much. I guess these are worth quite a bit, and that's really it for now. So we're on the way. We probably should start doing some money quests too. 762. I could upgrade my rig again, but it's kind of costly, so we're gonna skip that for now, I guess. And we have clear skies, scav, scrap, and data waves, which are both those are the fracturing site in the center of the map, and then this is on the edge. So I guess we'll start with that. Not all the meds here, so let's not take too many fights. I'm praying we don't get unlucky and need to buy or needed to have a unlocker device to get the jammer. We shouldn't. I've only seen that once happen.
I hate the surface.
Alright, we're good. No worries, I talk way too fast too sometimes. Now we're just looking for the jammer over here. Hopefully it spawns. Last time we ran this map, it seemed to not be outside, which is unfortunate. There's like 6 or 7 crates it can spawn on outside. Hey, Phantom. Thanks. Glad to hear it. Alright, not there. Not there. There we are.
This gear is delicate. I need time to sort.
Been pretty quiet so far, actually. Quite surprising for this map. I will take it, though. Because we murdered by drones constantly. I think we're just gonna go around instead of through. There's just so many drones that spawn in that middle path there. It seems like suicidal to go down it when you can just go around. Like, the catwalks are nice, but at the same time the catwalks are ways how they funnel you into fights that seem unwise. I'll take the sludge instead, thanks. The industrial fracking water. Hey, Dyer. Hey, Dyer, just to see it, like, how the new player experience feels. Well, it was before I was streaming. It was a year ago, right? But appreciate it. No, we're just kind of figuring out how, like, the current patch feels with new players. It's kind of easy to, like, not understand what new players are going through when you have a full account of money and meds and all that good shit. And when you should start with a silencer right off the rip, as opposed to these guys who do not have a silencer.
Keep together.
Because it was definitely rough for a while. We didn't have a silencer yet. It does make me kind of think that, not that silencers are too strong, but unsilenced guns are just too loud. Or rather, that maps are just too quiet natively. Have I not seen you before? I might have missed this. This is cool. This is like a little tractor, an armored tractor. You don't see me. Huh, neat. Hey Ivan, we're just playing on, this is probably like the last day we're gonna be playing on a fresh account, but like this is just kind of like finishing out the new player experience, kind of how does 8 hours into the Forever Winter feel for a newer player, or a player with a fresh account rather. I can't really wipe my knowledge, but I can wipe my account. That's neat. I definitely will say this fresh account. I think we've done a fresh account for the October patch and this patch. I will say this patch has definitely felt harder earlier on, just because you just tend to aggro things a lot more now too. You get into like basically just fights that I don't feel like this is safe to go this way. Okay, it's hurting me. I think it's telling me not to go that way. Understood. Heard. I'm so scared of the deep water now. Up we go. We need one of those like holes where we can just like tell the depth. I wonder if we can ping to find holes. Maybe not. Yeah. I'm curious what they're gonna say. So far it's been radio silence, right? Almost assuredly they're back in the office today, but sometimes it takes a while to get back up on like full footing after a holiday. Anything decent? Not on the map currently, but just like with these last two videos, this stream and last stream. Definitely just some things that could be ironed out or kinked out. I like how the new quests kind of are a bit more open-ended. Ow, 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 I'm gonna die here. So did the turret aggro them too, it seems like? It felt like the turret actually aggroed them also. Like, stuff like that just confuses me, because like, we didn't technically draw their aggro yet, but maybe the turret alerted them. Hey, Bull. We got fucking drones. Are the worst. Thanks, appreciate it. All right, I need to find some meds actually, because we are not looking too hot right now. Let me drop what I found so far. There might be meds in that. Well, there's pretzels at least. Yeah, ever since this patch, the drones are just on crack now. They up the accuracy and damage, it feels like, while also making them aggro a lot easier. And because of the cylinder too, they just aggro from however high up. Alright, do not eat the cigarettes. That'd be very bad. For the fall wings, and we're good here. No, I know, don't do it. Turrets or drones? Drones. Okay. Are we good? A little drunk, but good. Okay, do not eat the cigarettes. Cigarettes are bad. That is your grenade launcher? Most definitely. That respawn up point up there, so there's a respawn like right up there that they walk around and come down with. And it is like the least chill respawn point ever. They respawn there so quickly. I can't see what that is. Oh, there's a guy up there. Let's head inside. I hate this so much right now. It's so bad. Pretty low on ammo too, actually. You shooting me from the floor? That's not right. Explosives. I guess I'll take this for money.
Good luck.
I really need some more ammo, ideally, of the right caliber. Come on. I'll take it. Not happy about it, but I'll take it. All right. We're good there. I want to loot these bodies over here for meds, but it's so dangerous on this frickin' path. Any drones? It feels like we might be okay. Famous last words. Yeah, I'll take the cigarettes. We haven't talked to Lordos yet in this patch, or this account. There we go. Medkits. There. Tons of cigarettes. These guys smoke a lot. Of all kinds. Unfortunately, so many of the loot containers for this quest, the Scav Scrap, are on the actual staircase. And the staircase just terrifies me. For good reason. Like, I'm not sure if it's actually worth bothering with the staircase with how low we are on beds and health. Yeah, there's no boxes here either. Like, the spawns on the staircase are really bad. Alright, let's try to be lucky, I guess. There's a few more containers over here that might have meds for us. Here's one of them. Two out of three. Having to go through all our consumables right now. Okay, so what usually happens here, there's a container usually down here and then down here. Already one person right there? No. But sometimes there's like pop-in right down this staircase. Wrong ammo type. Yep, they're there. There they go. Okay, that was a good fight for us, actually.
Keep together.
Only a small scratch of damage. There's something else downstairs, though. No. Oh, there's a medkit again. Huge. All right. I hear a drone. All right, there's like one more spot where it can easily be. It's like right down here. Doesn't look like they spawned though this time. No, they did. Okay, perfect. Ow, 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 ow. God. Alright, that's all three of them. Perfect. Let's get the fuck out of here. We're gonna head up back to the frickin' elevator. Just screw the staircase. Ow. I like how oh, hey, buddy. I find medkits and then immediately have to use them. So sad. I am almost out of ammo too. Safest extract. I honestly feel it's always this one. The one by the drone tree. Let's go around the staircase. Go this way. We have 2 candy bars left for HP. There's the drone tree. It's gonna be so cool when they actually like deploy from them. Yes, Mom. So many snacks. It's so cool looking. Alright, and we're good. I want more indoor. I want like large indoor areas though too. Cemetery is so cool but so small. Hey, zombie. So much work. I got a lot of experience though. That's like the nice thing about this map though too, right? Is it's so large it actually creates like tense situations like that, right? Hey, Prom. Hey, Diego. All right, let's get these done. I'm curious what we're at water-wise too. So at this point, we've been playing for like 4.5 hours on this account, and like I haven't been like farming or spamming water at all. I've just been doing quests and just playing however I want, and it's, you know, we have 50 days of water basically. After the initial grind of getting the traders unlocked, right? Oh yeah, just throw down the jammer read and just sit back and watch all the XP come your way. Yeah. I can't imagine that's gonna be the case forever. Let's go do some mausoleum. Yeah, it does a good job of like giving the illusion it's a much bigger map than it is. Hey, Morph. But like once you learn Cemetery, you realize just how crazy small it is. And the new map does a good job, right? Frozen Swamp does a good job of being big, but actually having the playable area be not that big. It gives the illusion of being grand, but it's not, which is a good way of doing it, right? Alright, so we're looking for mech wreck mainly. The mech wreck is easy money. And then any other quests on Mausoleum works. Civilians are a bit iffy. We could try. It almost assuredly means like distracting or killing an exo, which we probably won't be doing. Call the Herd's not really any money. A light in the dark is 5k credits, and we do have cigarettes. We could do Thief, but Thief is always inconsistent, right? Let's talk to Aramaki. Let's buy our 762. Have we gotten any better components for you yet? $60 rounder, I'll take that. We're moving up in the world. Lower stability is better. So I think the floor is 1.5, except for guns that start lower than that. So we can't get any lower than that. I will take a flashlight. And the nice thing is too, with the larger magazines, you basically get the first magazine free, which is very nice. Just free ammo. That's plenty. I would be surprised if we even use that, to be honest. Let's go a little bit lower than that. Yeah, that's plenty. Let's talk to Heisenberg. We're gonna bring his regular meds in. We're trying to save some money here and get our bigger rig. Mausoleum, entry point, ruins. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing too, interestingly enough. We have 3 maps not done yet. Like, so right now the current cadence has been like 2 months-ish for a major update, right? And so every 2 months we basically get a new map. It seems like, and it's in progress, but we get a new map at least in progress, right? So I'm very curious if they're going to keep that kind of rule to some extent, where with every big content patch they do a map. And like, say for example, it's October, right? So we have 5 more major patches allegedly. Like, if we keep the same cadence, 5 more major patches for an entire year, but that means 5 maps. So I'm wondering if we're going to see more maps, or just like, are they going to go, like, after they finish all the maps, right? Are they going to start touching up other maps? Are they going to go back to their maps and expand them, or so on and so forth? I'm very curious what they're going to do there. Or are we going to get, like, more maps on here that we don't see yet? And I wouldn't mind, too, them touching up some of the older maps, for sure. And, like, actually, not redoing them, per se, but just adding to them. The cemetery might just need to be redone. Yeah, Stairway looks really cool too. And also just seeing the urban environments. I do want to be able to go into buildings. I know, like, right now the buildings outside of the buildings that we do have are, god damn it, are all mostly destroyed. And like, they're also destroyed, but their floors are like really small too, right? They're like 6 or 7 foot floors. Yeah, I definitely think Diego camera mode or mode like that is a very requested feature. There's ways of doing it third party, but like, I know plenty of people just want an innate camera mode in this game. I need to find the pilot before they get murdered. If they're not, oh, that's them. Hold on, live pilot. It's already dead, aren't they? Oh, they're alive. We're good. Flashlight toggle would be nice too. A way of toggling the flashlight on the gun would be very nice. Not have to constantly ADS to see it. No, there is the fog aspect though too, right? It actually makes it harder to see sometimes. I think they've talked about that, I haven't too, in regards to having defense missions. Just none of the maps are set up for it currently. Like, it could easily be the case in the future as punishment for, like, pissing off factions enough, you get raided in your innards. Like, an actual raid. Where you need to defend, like, in the sewer tunnels and stuff like that, as opposed to just defending, 3 guys inside your base. Wobbly Toe, maybe... At the same time, the rig light is just so awful in comparison to, like, anything. I would rather just bring a tack cam than bring a rig light. If they actually buffed it to be a powerful light, it'd be fine. Like if it had the same luminance as a weapon flashlight, it's perfectly fine. Now I do know weapon flashlights are crazy in regards to the amount of like light they output, but just for like usefulness reasons, right? If it's gonna take up a rig slot, it needs to be pretty powerful. But like it illuminates like 6 feet in front of you, and then it's a pretty wide field though at least, but it's only like 6 feet. There we go. Drum mag. Let's not pick up another one of those. I had this really cool idea all of a sudden. Let's go in the hangar and fuck the trenches. No cigarettes for you today, friend. Sorry. Yeah, more counterplay to the dog would be nice, Wobbly Toe, for sure. They did add like 2 weak spots to his side of his heads now, so that you can kind of stun him or stagger him a bit easier. But it still doesn't like stop you from getting one shot. Usually the hangar's bad, but this time it's good. I missed. Yeah, the rig light was actually like a defensive tool. That can make sense too, like a flashlight. Or, sorry, not a flashlight, a flash bang light. That'd be much cooler than the current implementation. I think one aspect too is like their current UI just doesn't play exactly well into that system, right? A much more basic kind of... I'm not advocating like ripping off of games like, what's it called, like Tarkov or any others like extraction games. Like having a bar of consumables or things you can use is much nicer than I say this is. Having to constantly scroll through your like different consumables to get to the one that you want, it's really annoying. And kind of deadly sometimes too.
Fill those pockets quick.
Yeah, you can like, yeah, that is a cool feature, right? You can like stun the grabber a bit with like, with rounds or just ammo dumping him to actually let your friends get away. There is that capacity of like counterplay to the dog, but it won't ever like, it's essentially once you have its ire, you can never really lose it, right? Am I full? I guess I am. Drop some ammo, I guess, then. I know this is pretty good. Oh, I guess we got it already. Okay. That works. Yeah, I mean, it's so apparently it is supposed to stagger a lot more, or it does do that. Apparently, it's just a bit buggy right now. I really don't use it enough to actually give a good opinion too. It weighs double the amount and takes up twice the space as regular ammo, And as long as you're getting headshots with your regular ammo, you are basically doing the same thing cryo rounds do. The only like weird scenarios, right, where if you can't really stagger as easily like against the dog, it does make some sense. No civilians here, by the way. I'm very curious where they might be. Oh, dog, no, dog does spawn on this variant. No, we already heard dog down here. It's so weird how you can't headshot those guys. Yeah, so like that's the applications of the cryo ammo, is you can stun things you normally couldn't stun, or stagger things you couldn't normally stagger. But like the window isn't long enough for you to like really, it's a way of delaying your eventual death or letting a friend get away, I guess, but whenever you reload, like is the stagger long enough for you to like run away? I mean, it's just weird. Like maybe backstrafing with cryo ammo, it might let you get into cover to not die to a medium mech, but it almost feels like like if you're already fighting a medium mech, it feels like you've already lost in some aspect, right? Yeah, winged for sure. I do definitely want to see, like, I know they definitely talked about it too, like armor and stuff like that is not currently implemented. I think mechs do have in the code somewhere currently, like weak spots and different spots that take more or less damage. But I think they're the only unit that currently has that. All right, let's run it back and try to get a normal version of the map. And so now we basically have like the best weapon in the game, because now we have the 100. Oh, it's only 95. We have the 95 round mag for the RPK. There is a 100 round one, but it's not too big of a deal. But like now at this point, we have a gun that's gonna carry us to the rest of the game for the most part. It will not let us down. Regions, mausoleum. Yeah, that's winged for sure. They need to figure out some solution to having units spawn really far away. Because right now, the only really way to do sniping is to take quest components or quest items, or quest characters rather. Like for on Mesa, for example, if you go up to Shantytown, you can see across the map from Shantytown, but you can't actually see anything because nothing is spawned. And the only way of getting around that is quest characters, like Goldbrick or the Sniper. Which I do hope they fix in the future. So like I do know like it would be fun to snipe from across the map sometimes, and it would feel very scabby too in regards to like assassinations. Like why would we charge in when we can just snipe? And honestly too, considering the current skill tree is also, it would actually probably make the accuracy perks actually useful for sniping. Yeah. And like there's good guns with her, like the SVD's not bad, like the GM6 isn't bad either, or the NDW, right? They're all perfectly fine sniper rifles, just the fact that you can't see anything that far away. Pilot's gone. I didn't bring in some cigarettes this time around, so we'll have to find some cigarettes off some corpses. Which should be doable. Just depends on if the dog is down here or not. Well, I don't think they fixed it last patch either, though, right? Last patch had plenty of guns that were still perfectly broken. I am curious, though, on that wobbly toe. Like, is there just, like, one thing they're waiting for to fix them? Is it just too much time? I'm, like, really curious on why it seems like a low priority. I think it affects gunplay pretty significantly. Yeah. That sounds like dog. Like, I don't know it 100% to be dog, but it sounds like, you know, that's dog. I will say, though, I think dog now does do the animations against NPCs. Why are you shooting me when there's a fucking dog? Who's the bigger threat? Some hobo with a pack on his backpack, or a giant man-eating dog? I guess cat. Cat or dog. Some pet, some evil pet of some kind. I believe your priorities are wrong. I need some cigarettes. Good there. Don't mind me, just looking for some cigs. Yeah, you can kind of see like the red lights on its head right now. You can't, it's not, you can usually, you can see it from the front a lot better, but there's lights here now, here and here. And if you shoot them, it's like a weak spot on the, on it right now. And it almost staggers it immediately with most weapons. It doesn't do it for very long. It's like a regular stagger, but it can help. His head is very petable. Any cigarette havers around here? Cigarette enjoyers? Nope. I definitely do think the dog or the grabber needs to have a dormant state. It would help out a lot in regards to how crazy the dog gets sometimes. If, for example, after combat, it like settled down into an area, maybe like kept watch, or like went into like a dormant passive state. And like things would wake it up, or like, you know, sound would wake it up, being like any type of like aggression near it would wake it up. But like it would be nice to have it like go into a passive state that you could sneak by it with. I need cigarettes, but there's no cigarettes here. It's basically like an immediate punishment for like breaking out of stealth, despite stealth being broken right now, is that the dog becomes active again. Yeah, wobbly toe. It does feel like camera alignment on most of the guns. I'm curious if it's just like a camera issue. Like, it just makes me curious on what's taking so long to fix it. Perhaps it's like a multi-dimensional issue where they could fix it, but then everything else breaks. So it might require like a much bigger rework of a lot of different aspects to actually make it work. The dog's moving in, I don't like that. Yeah, just basically a way for it to, like, chill the fuck out occasionally. That's like the biggest sin of dog right now anyway too, is like it has these tendencies to just not chill out sometimes. Alright, plenty of meds. Unfortunately, we don't have cigarettes, but I'm not gonna wait to find out if the dog wants to kill me or not, so we're gonna open the doors, kill the cyborgs, and leave. Yeah, distractions too would work. Oh, like a sound maker. A chew toy. Just a ball. We might still be able to find cigarettes, actually. So the civilians should be over here. We'll have to wait for units to run away or walk away or patrol away, but should be fine. Yeah, I think in a few of the videos, like, we've seen snippets of their UI, and it does look like there's gonna be throwables eventually. Alright. I need to wait for the exo to go away. Where are my civilians at? They're usually down here. The whispers beneath the thunder. Huh. We have a few large spots left. Alright, time to leave. Only 1 out of 3, but no cigarettes, and then no civilians too. Very weird. I'm actually going to be getting pretty close here. It's how much for this? Let's go talk to Bundleton. It's 550k, L3. We're at 300 without selling anything yet. We have 7 lockboxes too. Yeah, we're going to be pretty close. We could sell some like stuff over here too. Probably not necessary, but oh, sells pretty well actually. Definitely selling you. A little short. I think we can make that up though. Let's talk to Aramaki again. We can sell one of these. Sell. Oh, I'll definitely do it. Perfect. Okay. So now We have basically like the best rig in the game. If we go over to Bundleton and buy Pack Mule, we still need to get the upgrades for its container slots, but like general purpose wise, this is like the best rig in the game. I guess if you are doing like weapons, heavy rig container gunrunner is probably better, but the no open slot here kind of really sucks though, I will say. Hey Pixel, it's going well. Still playing on a new account right now to kind of see how it feels. We just got the Pack Mule, so it's like the biggest step up for a new scav. And at this point, it's just... I feel like at the point you get the Pack Mule, you've kind of almost, not necessarily beat the patch or beat the game currently, but you've gotten to the point where you've kind of almost plateaued in regards to upgrades, right? None of, like, I guess the only other thing is, I guess, is water bots. Like, none of this is necessary currently, right? The water tank is nice, but not necessary either. It's just the water bots. But, like, that's the interesting thing, too, right now, right? And it's like, you get water bots, but, like, what are water bots doing? Just making sure your account doesn't wipe, right? It's not really progression. It's more of just saving your progression. So, yeah, I kind of feel like once you get the Pack Mule, you're kind of done. About, like, what? We're like an hour in right now. It's about 5 hours in getting the Pack Mule. We've died quite a few times, too. I could probably do it way quicker than I have. But for, like, a newer player just shooting the ship. You do need to log in, that is true. You need to log in and it'll actually say you got it, right? I will say, this quest seems very hard now, considering the new Aggro mechanic. That area is, like, incredibly claustrophobic. Sometimes has an exo in it, and it just means that you can never, like, sneak in and sneak out. You have to fight your way through, and the respawns there are crazy. Yeah, I think it is the case where you can just basically stay offline though, and like when you log in, you'll get a notification you need to defend your base. But other than that, you're fine. Come on, where are you? I guess we could do these. We can do a weird loop instead of doing the normal loop I usually do. How much 556 do we have? Let's reuse a 556 for now. I have more of it. Yeah, I definitely noticed that too, right? It's very hard to be stealthy cemetery because it's usually pretty claustrophobic, right? Yeah, well, it's like it's 1 to 4 water every 2 days, which means in 3/4, like it's so 50% of the time you come out with water, like you gain water, and then 25% of the time you are neutral on water, then 25% of the time you lose water.
I hate the surface.
So like you are typically always gaining water with the highest upgrade for water bots, which kind of means what's the point? It just feels like stopgaps to appease the people who didn't like it in the first place, but nothing other than getting rid of it's going to appease them. And at this point, it feels like it basically feels useless too, right? What is the point of water? I know, for example, Zombie showed a picture in the Discord, right, of like the previous iteration of water, where it had like canteens and like jerry rigs or jerry cans and then so on and so forth. Personally, I find that much more interesting than the current iteration that they have. I don't know why they canned it. Maybe it was too complex for them at the time, but it seems much more interesting. This is why I don't like Flames of Disruption. So, Charlie, I feel like, honestly, your guess is as good as mine. It definitely feels like there was like an intent or like a vision behind it. And maybe it sounded a lot better on paper than it did like actually implementation. Like, I honestly can't say. Okay, no, it hurt us, it hurt us. I can't really kill that, but I can pull it away and try to get around it and then go up. I need you to come. No. Did you de-aggro? I guess it did. Cool, that works. Alright, we're gonna go back around. We could go through. Ooh, hello. Hello, you. We could go around the other way or go through there. I'm just really scared about getting just murked by the by a melee attack from that thing, though. Aha. Oh, we traded. That's nice. Bring them up. Where did you go? That's not a me. That's just Cyborg and them fighting. Alright, there might be the prisoner over here, not the thief. He seems always so inconsistent now. I don't see him. Is he over here? Did we kill him by accident? So as you can see, the hit markers there definitely not a lie. It's not great with this gun, or most guns really. Thief? Hello, thief. So, 7 meters? 6 meters? Does he not know? Is he immune from the cylinder? Interesting. Oh, there he goes. The only unfortunate thing, though, is because he doesn't have the flag for being stealth killable, which is quite sad. Yeah, at this point, I basically just know to put my crosshair wobbly. Like, I basically, from the top of the gun to the bottom of the crosshair, I'll just go about halfway in between. That's about where your center of impact will be. About. Some guns are worse than other of those. Weirdly enough, like, the 87 target, if you put a 4 times on it, which I know is ludicrous because it's a pistol, it will actually shoot above and to the left of the point of the crosshair. It's very interesting and weird. It's like playing Battleship with your gun. We need more loot. We're not even close to 600 kilograms yet. Anyone up here? Wait, what? Oh yeah, those are not open. They're regular containers. Oh, so Diego, what we are doing, we are basically doing a way of quick looting. So right now, pay attention to loot all. If you hit tab once, you can see a blue outline around loot all, which basically means you selected it. If you then hit space, it will loot the container for you. So it's a very quick way of looting all. So case in point, we'll just do it here again. If you like look at it, you can see a very quickly a blue mark right around the loot all indicator. So once again, blue mark, hit space, the loot all. So it's just a really quick way of siphoning a bunch of loot, basically. I think it's too strong, but at this point it's just habit, so it is what it is. The downside is though, like you don't know what you're picking up, so you do need to drop it and like pick it up later to figure out what it is, or just extract with it. So in scenarios where you need meds, you might find yourself like dropping all of your stuff to pick it back up again, or actually manually searching. That's a medium mech. We're not going out there. I like going out there and looting, but like I've been punked a few too many times to go out there with a medium mech nearby. All right, there's HKs. It's not surprising considering how much we're carrying right now. Well, yeah, that's like the big thing about pack mules too, right? Is when you get the pack mule, you have so much space. Ah, yeah, we're leaving. HK's aggroing Exos is undoable for us right now. Goodbye, data heist. Yeah, when you get a rig like the pack mule, right, you have so much space that you just siphon up everything, right? There's not much point in being picky. Yeah, and we're not even with upgrade pack mule right now. We're still using the regular pack mule. Like, and you're about with a regular character that doesn't have skill upgrades like Bagman does. Your general capacity for your pack mule will be about 600 kilograms, and then essentially just double that for the upgraded one.
At least we made it.
Yeah. The lockboxes are nice. There's just not a heavy rig that outside of the rack that lets you carry a lot of them. Like, there is no heavy version of the equipment runner, right? Like, we go over to characters, I mean, for stage up, we go over to vendors, we go over to bundle 10 here. There's not a heavy variant really here outside of the rack that gives us a lot of these slots here, these open slots. So it's really just of, do I use the pack mule or do I use the rack? And the pack mule is just better in that regard for the most part, right? If there was a heavy rig that was like the bottom three and then everything else is like large or like mediums or something like that, I would probably pick that, to be honest. But be considering it's like this, it's it's either 8 or 1, I choose the 1. Okay. So let us quickly sell a few things to Aramaki. How's Grillo doing, actually? All right, let's sell to Grillo. Go talk to... It's, yeah, mediums all around, and then large. Let's get the 3 larges out of the way first. So bottom left, bottom right, and then top center. Bundleton, so top, we want large. Bottom left, large. Bottom right, large. And then center is a medium high quality. Right high quality, left. High quality, and then top left. And then top right. And we're good. With this rig, we can easily carry from like 1.2 to 1.3 thousand kilograms. Did something happen to Discord? Actually don't have Discord open right now. Let me go check. Nope, seems fine to me. Even. Yeah, even. That's what we kind of wanted to experience too at this rate. We wanted to see how it is for newer players. All right, so the RPK is basically done for us now, right? Like, we have everything we want. I do want to start playing around with the 308 gun. So this, I haven't done... I'm waiting for, like, actually new weapons before I do weapon video again. But weirdly enough, the 308 guns are actually really good. Well, once you go the upgraded magazine, that's the biggest issue right now, is the magazine. Because 308 is like the only rifle round now that will just tear through heads. And also not be 50 cal and can be silenced. Essentially, anything other than a Euruscan soldier, a male soldier for Euruska, will get one-shot headshot by 308. In contrast, some of the heavier armored European infantry will not get headshot by anything other than 308 now, or up than that, like 50 cal. Now, there is pain in this, though, because it does involve me having to use 20 rounders for a while. 308. Yeah, we could go to LMG. I do want to get this kitted out, though, eventually. Let's go ahead and start farming that up. I don't think it's too bad either. What map are we doing? Maybe Scrapyard? That seems a bit dangerous. Please give quests. I guess we can do brawlers. Come on. That will work. That'll work. Okay, we're good. Region, scrapyard. We have plenty of rounds. We have ammo. I think we're good. Yeah, and like the one nice thing is though is that the ones that you can't usually farm in raid, their progression trees aren't too big. Though the M16, because it has so many upgrades, is a bit different. Wobbly, that's like the first thing we tested this patch. It doesn't seem like it is. I did the quest. I went to Scrapyard. I went to Scorched Enclave. Didn't find anything. Makes me quite sad. I've never actually tried out the irons on this thing before. Let's see how bad the irons are for accuracy. Oh, it's pretty low. You can see the hit marker. Is it just a recoil? No, it's even lower than the recoil, it feels like. Wobbly toe. Any friends? Hello? There they are. Oh, no, it does. It has a rail on top. I think it does. Should. It has a rail on top. Alright, let's pick up everything, because why not? We have so much room to play with. Yeah, drones. They do go down in, like, you know, our magazine, which is kind of nice. One mag for them with 20 rounds. All right. Let's stay full auto now. Grenade launchers or prisoners? Grenade launchers, okay. It looks like we have both patrols with full officers. All right. And I'm not gonna lie, this thing shreds. I like Gunhead. I think the current aggro system kind of does him no favors, but like conceptually, I really like how Gunhead plays, just because it makes the game feel much more tense when you can't heal. It makes even trivial combat scary because you're trying to manage your health and how much health you're losing, right? I found myself caring a lot more about my positioning and like how I'm playing the angles with Gunhead than any other character so far. All right, there's one more officer that needs to die. No, yeah, this is like honestly like if I was to do like a weapon ranking, like this is a clear S. The only downsides of this gun is just the ammo economy, and because you get half of it per reset. Ow. Alright, he's dead now. We're good. Like, essentially, if we take ammo from the equation, this is honestly the best rifle in the game currently. Go away, no. It just has, its headshot multiplier now is just so crazy high. It makes up for if you're willing to be accurate with it, it's insane. Or just like spray at the head too. Yeah, like if you run the M4 AK and 308, like if you run 5.56, 7.62, and then 308, as long as you keep your eyes on ammo and raids for those calibers, you'll be fine. Especially too, if your aim is not to like run around, gun everything down too, 250 per reset is basically pretty much fine. It's only not good enough if you're just being really aggro like I am and just murdering a lot of things. All right. Ooh, gotcha.
Perfection.
Oh yes, teddy bears. Ow, who just fucking shot me? Who just shot me? Yeah. These are the scary brawlers. These are the brawlers that are PKs, and they hurt a lot. I'm a loot vacuum. Are they in the? They're on the wall. They're in the goddamn walls. How did you get in there? It's a conga line. No. All right, there's the brawlers. So they will bug out occasionally, but like if everything is going right, this is a place where infinite brawlers should spawn. Ow, yeah, be careful though, these guys hurt. There, we need one more. Air back. Get into cover first before you fight them, because cover is really important versus these guys. You can see like every shot they're hitting us for is like for like a couple hundred damage, and they're on full auto. All right, we're good. Ow, 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 hey, no. Alright, that's 3 quests. Time to leave. We're still not necessarily full on space yet, but I'm out of ammo essentially, so it's time to leave. Yeah, it's nice. Scrapyard can be... It's weird, though. Scrapyard has definitely very different vibes sometimes, depending on where you are and what it wants to do to you sometimes. It can be quickly overwhelming. Alcohol. Well, like, weirdly enough, too, I actually prefer Scrapyard way more than Cemetery. Just because Scrapyard feels like it actually... Yeah, like, Scrapyard's a very simple map, sort of like Cemetery, but Scrapyard at the same time, too. It's got a... Well, it's always like a very aggressive map, and you're usually fighting through it. There's different stuff that can happen on it, right, in regards to brawlers and different variants and so on and so forth. Cemetery is just always avoiding the dog. And it does have some rat hidey holes, that is true. Like, it does have some ways of trying to break fights or hide a little bit, so on and so forth. There's not many of them, but it does work. In one raid, we're already level 10. With that gun. Let's go talk to Grillo. I'm looking for a magazine. Do you sell it actually? SA-58? Oh, there it is. Yep. Perfect. There. I don't think there's like any more parts for it at all we need to worry about. I think it's that simple, really. So we go over to with one raid. Congratulations, we already have the 50-round mag for it. I don't think it's trying to beat those, right? Sure, it has Grimdark inspirations, but it's not Control-C plus Control-V. All right. You're personally, yeah, you can have your own opinions, man. Thank you for voicing them. You want to be more constructive about it? I'm perfectly open to more constructive criticism, but just like saying I don't like this and then saying unlike, sure. Please tell me more. Give me examples. Tell me what exactly you don't like. Elaborate on your point. Go back to the RPK for a bit. AI? What is AI about the game? Like, you don't like the AI in the game? That's perfectly fair. It's very rough right now. One of the first postings that I did after they got the early access up was hiring an AI guy. The AI is very rough right now. That is perfectly fair. All right, so we're good there. Wait, where's my good RPK? There you are. What map have we not done yet? We haven't done Scorched. The pop-in... No, yeah, that's fair, Bacon. That's like Boken. Those are definitely fair points. Like the pop-in and the AI are definitely things being worked on right now. We should see hopefully some fixes for pop-in Q1. They mentioned how they wanted to do a respawn mechanic that's kind of like dynamic as opposed to just pop-ins. map are we doing? Scorch, maybe? Let's do some Scorch. Yeah, I guess I mean, it depends too on the actual like fundamental issue behind the problem. Some things take more time than others. And now we just need, ideally, like Pyro, right? There we go. Though, unfortunately, picking up Pyro and target locked usually means Pyro gets murdered by Toothy, but we'll see. I can definitely see that being the case too, Winged also, like... So, from what I know about Lordos so far, right, in the innards, he's like... He's from Mongolia and was stationed in Algeria for a bit. So how did he get to the west coast of the USA? Maybe he explains later on. I'm not that far yet into it. But it definitely does make sense, Winged, how we can definitely have like multicultural scavs and language barriers. Bots are blind. Like NPC bots can't see you. No, they can see you. It's not like a realistic Milsim game, right? Where they'll see you like Tarkov across the map. I think Informatics, someone's posted the whole dialogue on YouTube already. I just didn't have enough, what's it called, cigarettes for it, so. Hey, Pyro. So tanky. Alright, there's Pyro. Commander. So I'm kind of confused though too, Christoph. Your initial complaint was it's trying too much to be like 40k or Armored Core, and now you're talking about gameplay. Is it you don't like the aesthetic, or do you think they're just copying 40k and Armored Core, or do you don't like the game? It can be all of the above. I'm just kind of trying to get a concise feeling of what you actually don't like. Do you like the fact that it's just like it's too... I can see Armored Core, that I can see 40k. Like, the only thing interesting from the Carmen with 40k is it's a grim dark aesthetic, right? Armored Core, the mechs, sure. I can see that. At least the mechs we have currently. Though, I mean, like, there's only so many different ways you can do mechs, too. Oh, Bokan, you are expecting way too much for an indie game. All right. Keep in mind. So, Fundog is a group, a company that's probably about 50 people at most. It's an indie company, right? Of those 50 people, we'll say like 3/4 are actually working on the game. They're gonna have some overhead with, like, you know, management, HR, other people like that, marketing, so on and so forth. And some of those are gonna be artists, some of those are gonna be programmers, right? When you only have between like 7 or 8 programmers on a team, you have to be very careful what you pick and choose on what you want to develop and when. You can't do everything. Yes, it would be nice for things like flashlights to draw aggro. It would be immersive. Holy shit. But it also might be out of scope for what they're trying to do. Or rather, the scope of what they might be able to possibly do, right? Is it more important they have a developer work on making flashlights have you be seen, or have a developer implement new features like, you know, or fixing gunplay, fixing the pop-in like you were talking about, right? Because there's only so much bandwidth they're gonna have, right? You have to pick and choose your battles there. And keep in mind too, they are working on things like that, right? They are working on things like, for example, a big issue right now in the game is the new aggro system. I think it's more of a precursor. Yes, Lucifer, there's both rig lights and there's also lights for your guns, flashlights. So right now, as I kind of detail in my December patch video, there is a 6 to 12 meter radius around the characters that will passively aggro anything inside of that radius. And while it could just be a proximity sensor for aggro, what more likely it's going to be is a system for audio. A system to basically simulate audio, right? Your passive audio, your rig audio, so on and so forth. And basically, the reason why it feels so better now is because A, it's a cylinder, but B, because it has no beneficial modifiers, right? If that cylinder is modified by things like your scav, your rig, your weight, your weapon, it can actually make a lot of sense on your ambient sound that you're making, right? But right now it feels bad. But they are working on things like AI and aggro, right? They are working on things like pop, and it just takes time. Remember, this game came out in December, right? So it's been 3 months. We'll say 3 months, right? In 3 months, we've gotten 2 new maps, no new enemies yet. We've gotten kind of reworked water. I'm not a big fan. I will critique the water here again, but yeah, it's not my favorite. But 2 new maps in basically 3 months, I'm very happy for. New quests. No new weapons yet, no new enemies yet, but it's nice. Yeah, don't get me wrong, the gameplay is very rough. I don't sugarcoat anything here. Like, I basically tell, if you really like the aesthetic and you're okay with early access, then sure, get the game. It's gonna be rough, things are gonna be incomplete, it's gonna feel bad at times, but if you really like the aesthetic will carry it. Because the gameplay right now won't. It's serviceable, but not anything special. And don't get me wrong too, the gunplay isn't like awful, right? Weirdly enough, like outside the fact that ADS is awful right now, the actual gunplay itself is not that bad. It's serviceable to say the least. But yeah, so Lucifer, yeah, if you go to you usually need to buy them from Grillo. So if you go to attachments, you go to FLL for flashlight or lamp for illumination, you get laser sights or you get flashlights. He will sell you flashlights. They will basically attach it again with the Kenny rail. So if we go over to our lovely little like RPK here, right? We can just Picante or Picanti. I can't say it. Anyway. Flashlight on here. Now, notably, the flashlight only turns on or off when you ADS with it, or third-person aim with it, so... I imagine they're back by now. They're probably just taking everything in and getting back on their... Like, it does take a second to get back on your feet after a break, right? Like, for example, me in my next video, which should be out sometime this week. It has just been... And it's... Getting back on the rails is sometimes takes some more effort. Alright. Brakes are deadly. Anyway. Railroad tracks. Let's actually do Titan Wreck first. We'll go down this way and go to Titan Wreck. I will say, like... yeah. It is rough though, 2Pixel, for sure. It can be really disheartening sometimes. I'm hoping they learn the lesson that you just never look on the Steam pages. Like, you kind of have to look at reviews. Just never look at Steam discussions. It's such a shit show now. It's never been great, but it's so bad now. So, Boken. A lot of the stuff in this game, like, so most of the artists were doing things like environmental art and character art. A lot of the assets for the guns are store-bought, including the attachments, right? They could change the color on them, but I'm pretty sure all of these, for the most part, the guns and the attachments, are just from asset packs. It kind of helps explain why we have modern guns in this setting, right? And not really any new guns yet, because to get this game out, they've utilized some asset packs, which is perfectly fine, right? It's any game, right? You have to pick and choose your battles. You only have so much bandwidth for things. XO. All right, so we have to go in the back way to here. I don't really want to fight an XO. We technically could. We have enough ammo to kill one. But I'd really rather not use all my health and ammo to kill one mech that we don't really need to kill. The downside of this way, though, is that we will have the pop-in issue. Wayne, I do occasionally play with folks. We'll be doing one eventually. I'm thinking maybe next Friday, not this Friday, but next Friday, we'll probably do one. Community stream, just play with people, or have an open lobby. Hey, Booch. Hey, like, Wobbly, like, I both agree and disagree with that. I really like the aesthetic, but the survival feeling of it right now definitely, I feel, has been diminished. And I mainly want to blame water for that. Okay, so... Please don't spawn too aggressively. Okay, we're good. So, be very careful when you come in the back way here. When you hit about here, a spawn trigger could happen. And the bad thing about the spawn trigger is it will put someone behind you, generally speaking. So be very careful. It's quite dangerous. Alright, we're looking for our lovely little orange schematics over here. There's one. There's two. Yeah, you kind of just roll with the punches, right? And just learn where they are and how to avoid them or just get ready for them. Maybe eventually, right, Wobbly? We'll just have to see how this game takes off. Keep in mind, games like Tarkov, right, were very small early on. They took a long while to pop off. I'm not saying this game will be Tarkov, right, because it doesn't have PvP. PvE games can only get so large. But it would be interesting. They have the right approach, though, at least. Like, they have a cool, like, idea and art design behind it, and hopefully the gameplay will come. Helldivers really took off. People did, like, it's Helldivers is weird. Definitely felt like a flash in the pan. They also were working on Helldivers for a very long time too, right? Helldivers 2 was in development for a very long time. Okay, I hate this. We might have missed one over here. Let's go check over here first before I go down to the hellhole. Occasionally one of these can spawn back over here too. Also, by the way, bring attack cam for this quest. It does help out quite a bit with finding these. Okay, it's not there. Oh wait, I already have 3. What the hell am I... Ignore me. Cut out the last minute. Thanks for the fall, fans. Actually, weirdly enough, Wobbly Toe, that's the weird thing about Helldivers 1 and 2. The reason why Helldivers 2 did so well is because partially it wasn't actually like Helldivers 1. They actually tried to make it more retroactively like Helldivers 1 by making it more punishing and hard. and people hated it, right? That's why where you had like the fall off on players and like the 6 month span of it just getting like, you know, negative reviews along with Sony's, you know, Sony things. We need the cargo over here too. Let's do the cargo real quick. But they actually realized that they did the thing, right, where they accidentally made a game that they weren't trying to make, but people enjoyed that game more than what they were trying to make. And after they tried to fix it to make the game they wanted to make, they realized that, oh, that's not why people bought this game. It's unfortunately a very common trap for developers. Not common, but it happens to developers a lot where they make a game they weren't trying to make, put it out and release it, realize that people aren't playing it how they thought it would be, or it wasn't as hard as they thought it would be, or it wasn't what they envisioned, and they try to fix that, not realizing people bought it for the game they didn't make. Or rather, the game that they did make but didn't intend to make. Yeah, Jack, fix it in quotation marks, for example. Yeah. Because they tried to fix Helldivers 2, realizing that everyone hated it. Because they want to they want that power fantasy, right? And I played Helldivers 1. Helldivers 1, like, Helldivers 1 was fun, but, like, it was a masochistic and sadistic endeavor. Like, it was a fun pain and agony, but it's not like Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 can be painful at times, but if you're... It's more cinematic than painful. Oh no, yeah, the car in that game is really fun. It's like the right level of jank, right? It's both functional, but also janky. Oh no, they did. Like, Wobbly, they eventually realized they probably had that talk, right, where they realized, like, okay, so we made the game that we weren't trying to make, but people like that game better, so we're gonna lean into that. Oh, that's a drill. Cool. I did not know one can spawn there. Yeah. Yeah. Weirdly enough, I do think Sony was just trying to cover their ass legally. I honestly don't think Sony cares all that much about people in countries outside of their terms of service playing the game. But what they don't want to happen from a corporate standpoint is for that game to blow up in that country where they're not they're not regulated. So say, for example, right, we're gonna make up a country called, like, Teruvia. We'll call the company the country Teruvia, right? Say, for example, Sony doesn't have rights to actually, they don't have an office in Teruvia, they don't have rights in Teruvia, but Teruvia has internet. And say, for example, people from Teruvia buy a game from Sony. Or they say that they're from somewhere else and they buy a game from Sony, but they play it in their country of Teruvia, right? If it becomes a big enough issue where enough people own the game in Teruvia and Sony's not actually licensed to operate there, it could legally blow back on Sony. And so while Sony might not care that you're playing in Teruvia, they have to cover their ass by saying that you're not technically allowed to play this game here, despite you being able to easily get around it. Because naturally they want your money, but they don't want to go through all the hassle and regulation of establishing a presence in Teruvia, right? And that's a very simplistic take, but that's one of the reasons why, for example, like, Sony did what they did. I'm not excusing it, but it's just like, it's how corporations work, unfortunately, is they always do the thing that covers them legally, right? The last thing they want to do is piss off a foreign government. And that's fair too, John. Yeah, it's not a big enough a market for them to actually go through the part of establishing themselves there, right? It's not worth all of the trouble of going through all the legal loopholes and, like, establishing an office there and dealing with all the laws and regulations to get another 100 people in the game. Elevator time, elevator time. That's so. Definitely date myself here. If you ever played Natural Selection back in the day, 1 and 2 both had really cool features where 2 more so than 1. 1 was a very simplistic way of doing it, but it did work. Crowds. Essentially, as the alien race, and so Natural Selection, right, was basically an RTS FPS hybrid, and essentially it kind of had creep from StarCraft, right? So for the aliens to build on stuff or expand, they would essentially like move their creep around. They would expand their area of control by spreading all of their stuff all over walls and stuff. And it was really cool and really immersive. And I followed the development of that game, Natural Selection 2, quite a long time. They spent so much time working on that system because it was one of the hallmarks of their game. Unfortunately, the game didn't take off for a lot of reasons because it kind of ran like shit. But it was a really cool concept. Video, it's a small PvE game in early access. There's not a lot of content. I only stream about 4 hours a day for 3 days a week, so not that much. But you'd be very hard pressed to like stream this game full time because there's just not that much to do. I enjoy it, but it is like all extraction shooters repetitive in nature. Is that an officer? That's fucking terrifying. I don't want to stand up. Yeah, Natural Selection, like the OG Natural Selection was so cool at the time. I played so much Natural Selection 1. It's just really unfortunate. Like, FPS, RTS hybrids have never really taken off since then, right? Like, I think there's Silicon out, or sorry, Silica. I think Silica's by the bunch who made like Bohemian or it's Armor Devs or Armor Publisher. But Silica right now, I think, from what I've seen of Silica, it leans much more into being like a Planet Side 2 RTS hybrid, much more than an FPS RTS hybrid, right? Like, that was the one thing that Natural Selection got right, is it didn't try to go too grand with its RTS and like make like giant vehicles and stuff like that, or like giant maps. It was a claustrophobic RTS in a very small environment. It's not about offices cost us. It's about just like going through the legal loopholes of operating there, right? And considering Microsoft has Windows, which basically most computers run on. Now there's going to be Linux for servers, there's going to be Mac OS, but Microsoft's a bad example, I would say. But Microsoft, for example, is someone who has enough reasons to go into every country because they're going to have business in every country, right? And anyone who operates a computer, they're gonna probably want to have a reason to go there, right? Or a reason to operate there. It would make sense for a company like Microsoft to go through all the legal loopholes of operating in a certain country. And I imagine too, when you're as big as Microsoft and when you're as important as Microsoft, countries help you out in regards to getting established in their countries. And I think it was Zombie who said it right. Zombie is right in sense too. It depends on how many customers are right. If Sony doesn't see enough money there, right? If Sony doesn't see enough money in that environment, they're a corporation, right? Cost versus revenue. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a big fan of capitalism by any means, but it's just the way how it works, right? It's unfortunate. Metal Gear Solid, I haven't played it in a very long while. I did play 5 forever ago. Like when it first came out. I never actually had a PlayStation, so I did not play the original Metal Gear Solids. The first console I actually had was a Dreamcast. The second console I had was a regular, like, original Xbox. I think we're all full here, right? No, we got plenty of space left. The first, like, Metal Gear Solid I played was 4, I think. On 3? PlayStation 3, I think? And I played 5 on PC. The faces. I really do hope we see eventually skyboxes get filled up. I want to see, like, planes going by, stuff coming down from orbit. That's a weird thing too, like, it definitely seems like, I could have swore, was it like a Rillo video or something? I could have swore I heard or saw someone talk about the Kessler effect in this game in regards to, like, basically space being unreachable. But so much Eurasian stuff basically points to them having factories in low Earth orbit, at the very least. So maybe it's like, I guess you could have the Kessler effect in, like, high orbit, and low Earth orbit's perfectly fine still. MH3, is 3 the one they're remaking currently? I know they're remaking a Metal Gear Solid game right now. I can't remember which one it is though. Yeah, like, eventually over time it will decay. Zombie, right? The stuff in low Earth orbit, so that makes it actually available to use again. So I'm guessing it's just maybe Kessler effect for high Earth orbit, stuff farther out. So it's almost assuredly the case, considering all the stuff we see that Eurasia does operate factories in low Earth orbit, like, at least in orbit somewhere. All right, time to leave. We have basically no meds left. Actually, this room over here can't have meds in it. And we do have one of these drills. Yeah, there could be shields. It could also too. HKs. Yeah, it could be space elevators. I'm very curious if they have stuff like that, right? Oh, holy shit, that's so bad. I'm so dead. How the fuck did they just all come there? I'm alive. Fucking soldier factory, my god. All right, where's the nearest exit? They're still chasing me. One drone and I'm dead, which means this area is probably not a good area to go to. Do I have a choice? I guess sort of now. Yeah, oh yeah, zombie, the tank, or the tank space program. It kind of felt like it. Also, I felt like they were aggroed immediately too. They could have maybe came from the staircase actually, or maybe like when we were going down the elevator, they could have been maybe below us. I need to avoid these. These are so fucking deadly right now. There they are. Oh, jeez. Ooh. So, okay, I briefly cover this. Are you shooting at me? Oh, it's HK. Damage, right? We have HKs on us. Hold on, let me get out of here first. I'm so scared. So, Duffs, my current kind of theory is that because they operate in low Earth orbit, they can actually do things where they simulate an eclipse for reasons. Like, my current thought is maybe there's like a terraforming project too, or it could be with nuclear war, like mass nuclear war. Please don't shoot me. I need to just kill you. Okay. All right, 1 second. We're almost safe. 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 Let me up. Damn rocks. All right, we're good. Okay. I feel safe all of a sudden. Okay. So back to your point, Duffs. It does feel like, because Eurasia operates in low Earth orbit, they might have structures or means or reasons to actually block out the sun, and simulate a nighttime environment, right? Like eclipse night. So, or sorry, Ashen Mesa eclipse, right? It's actually during the day, but it's a night shift during the day. So it gives you the feeling that Eurasia will force exterior conditions to help them out or do salvaging, right? Because it's not true nighttime, it's just an eclipse. So it gives me a thought that either A, they're trying to do some terraforming, or B, they have certain machines or other objects that can't operate under daylight. And the reason for that might be the case is if the ozone has been heavily stripped by nuclear war, which is one of the more likely things to happen during nuclear war, right? Like you'll have your winters, you'll have your, like, you know, your changing climate, so on and so forth. But the oceans won't really go away, right? Oceans have too much energy requirements to actually make them go to, you know, into the atmosphere and go away. But what would happen is actually if you blew them up in the atmosphere, like nukes in the atmosphere, you would destroy the ozone very quickly, which means the glorious rays of the sun will come down to the surface. And well, it's not too bad for like bigger electronics. If Eurasia uses things like small drones or small swarms of like microbots or nanobots, it could probably make those inoperable, right? And the UV might actually fry them. So it might be a case where they simulate nighttime, or for example, wait till nighttime to deploy things like small little drones that might, you know, salvage things or help mothers out or so on and so forth. The other thing too, right, is if they're trying to terraform the planet in some regards, there could be a reason for discs and blocking out the sun in certain areas. But yeah, I can't, like, it's not a regular eclipse, right? It has to be a man-made eclipse. And it has to be probably Eurasian origin, because I think until we see like night shifts from like Eruska and Eruska and Eurasian kind of the same night shifts, but until we see like the European night shifts too, it kind of feels that like who benefits off night shifts more so far? Eurasia, because they can recycle. And I can definitely see like Eurasia being high-tech enough too, where they might have nanobots or very, very small like swarms of nanites or, you know, other things like that. But naturally, those wouldn't have shielding against like things like UV. They're not big enough to have shielding. So many guns. All right, it's now time for court-mandated cemetery. I'm a new player. I haven't played Cemetery yet. Let's go play Cemetery. I heard it's fun. Yeah, Jack, like that's like the big thing too. I mentioned on your previous point a while ago for my rant about the Eclipse. There isn't really an end game yet, but I like how this game, being PvE, offline, and no servers, gives them a very interesting opportunity to do very long kind of, not stretch goals per se, but interesting gameplay loops for like long-term goals that you normally couldn't have at a regular game. Like, you can't have long-term goals in a game like Tarkov because you wipe every 6 months at the very least. And so more casual players will never get to actually do the end game of Tarkov because it wipes constantly, because it kind of has to. But in a game like this, right, where you're not concerned about the pace of a player who plays 1 hour per week or 10 hours a week, you can kind of do really interesting long-term goals. Bless, I don't think so yet. I haven't, like, Dog so far functions perfectly the same. He'll still occasionally teleport. He'll still do his regular patrols. Nothing about Dog has changed for me. I actually feel like he teleports more often now, weirdly enough. What the hell? Oh! This makes sound now. If I drop it again, will it make more sound? No? That was cool, at least. Max Star Fury. It's the emojis. They're drawing emojis. I still think that's not good. We can talk about this. I still think Dog needs a passive state, like a dormant state, like a sleeping, or like basically in a state where you get a mulligan, right? So like, say for example, the dog's asleep on the map somewhere, you fight his squad, and after you fight that squad wakes up the dog, and then the dog starts patrolling.
Only have to be faster than the slowest human.
And so, because we've aggroed the dog already, essentially, no matter what we do, he will find us eventually. We do have jump, though, so we should be kind of okay. So, about Dog being killable, I feel like with all of the units that we cannot currently kill, it feels like they have some grander design or implementation that's not in the game yet. Like, I believe they talked about it a while ago, right? Having units that will take like some work to kill together. Like, you kind of need a team or like a planning and like weak spots and so on and so forth. And because those currently aren't in the game yet, they don't want to make the units killable. Also because of death animations too, right? Like, for example, the medium mechs and... well, all of the medium mechs don't have death animations. They just kind of stand in idle pose when they die. Up we go.
Perfection.
Dog's being very chill right now. Yeah. It's really inconsistent too. For example, like, I would not be surprised if Dog teleports to us soon. A cyborg? What am I hearing? Oh no, the sound is like, yeah, the sound is really good in this game so far. Now, I will say too, like, you can kind of get a sense that a few of the guns and a few of the assets are definitely just like placeholder sounds slash recycled sounds, but every gun they've touched so far, everything they've touched so far with sounds that's like new does sound good. The silence guns probably they don't sound perfect, but they sound good enough for me. But people who like shoot silence guns regularly are probably gonna be pulled off a little bit by how the silence gun sounds, but it is what it is. As long as the sounds are like stylized and distinct, I'm usually okay with them, as opposed to being realistic. I want cool soundscapes more than I want accuracy. And like having weird sounds too might allow them to do interesting things in the future, like making the guns a bit more bespoke to their setting, with like weird suppressors or weird attachments and so on and so forth. Yeah, it would make sense that they only have one sound guy. Well, that I made this point forever ago, but like that's the danger of putting in games, or putting in guns that people already have preconceived notions of. Like when you put an AK or an M4 in a game, right? You're kind of inviting comparisons to what people have expected those guns to be like, right? Like, if you see an AK in the game, right, you kind of expect it to function like an AK. You see an M4, so on and so forth. Like, whatever your basis of, like, those guns before is, you're gonna expect those guns to function sort of like that. And that's, like, the danger of not necessarily using asset packs, per se, but just using guns from real life, essentially. When you start doing your own bespoke guns, you have so much more creative liberty to explain things away. Because people can't just be like, that's not how it functions in real life. Dragon, yeah, it's like a vacuum cleaner sound. Every time, that's the downside of Loot-All, is just like like a 1 second clip of like a vacuum playing in the background. Alright, how greedy do I want to be? There's like so many of these lost signal devices over here, that's the problem. I think we just leave. The problem is when I get down there, popping's gonna happen. There's gonna be a squad of Ruskins down here and up here. I think we just take what we got so far. Wasn't a bad run by any means. and dog's been surprisingly chill. But like, here's my thing too, like, so if you start over here and come down to here, if you ignore dog, you can literally like exit this map in 30 seconds, if that. It's crazy how small this map is. Whoa! Chill out there, friend. Freaking grenade launchers.
Crashing hard. Ooh. But at least we're headed home.
Yeah, traders are definitely interesting too. If they were gonna like lean more into like upkeep for water with traders, I would actually like a pretty big selection of traders just to balance things out a bit, and you're like really give some like cost versus benefits, right? Like, say for example, actually think of it that way. It would cause some bloat in traders, I will say that, but as opposed to like say Grillo having rep levels, say for example you actually worked up like the chain of command, the chain of like quartermasters, if you will, of a certain faction, and say for example, like, as opposed to having like, we'll say, you know, Grillo, Arillo, and Zillo, right? Drillo, the 3 traders for Europa. And as you progress through Europa's, like, you know, faction levels and so on and so forth, you unlock additional traders. Now those traders have upkeep too in regards to water, so having all of them unlocked and in your innards to be able to buy from might cost you more water, but might give you more cooler stuff. I am concerned about having that many traders in the game, but I do like the full faction of like, I always like the idea of making this almost like a city builder in some regards, a very light city builder, and having your progression come through resource management along with playing the game, and balancing out progression with water needs. Yeah, I imagine right now while we don't see your Ruskin vendor, like, wait, where's the P90 here? Wait a second, hold on. I just realized that is, it's a low priority. The weapons on the traders right now is a bit confusing. So the P90 is like the de facto rifle or de facto gun for like every Eurasian cyborg that can use a gun, but it's under Grillo in regards to traders. But then we go over to Aramaki, right? And like the only gun you might see a Eurasian have here is an RPK occasionally. You don't see any of these guns on Eurasia at all, except for the RPK on their brawlers, and that's it. The traders feel, I wouldn't put much faith into this saying Eurasia right now, because it feels a bit weird. Like, this might be the Eurasian vendor, but like what he is selling just seems to be a mass of different things that have no bearing on faction or anything really. You basically just have the one Westpac, or I guess Soviet bloc countries over here, and then you have NATO countries in the other one. Yeah, like right now and Grill also sells the AA-12. Yeah, it's just very inconsistent. And to be fair, it's a very like late thing to actually balance out, but yeah, it is a bit weird. It's definitely like low priority though until they actually get other stuff in the game, right? Or more weapons in the game. I am very curious when we're gonna see our first actual like homemade weapon from them, as opposed to just the asset pack weapons that we currently have. Need to talk to Heisenberg. Also, I need to apologize. I haven't done this at all yet today. Mr. Grooves. Who's a good boy? I saw a few things where people were saying, I think on the Discord, where they completed the mission for defending their base and then got wiped. I do know that you need to extract from it to actually get it to complete. It's not something you can just exit out of when you finish it. So it's probably just a very poor series of events where they were doing their wipe quest, the game crashed, and it treated it as a failure, because that's essentially what happens when you leave a mission in raid and you don't leave via an extract. It counts it as an L. So it's just really unfortunate. We haven't done Mace yet today either. Hold on here. Character loadout. I do have a GM6. Characters. Make that work. Customize. You need a little bit of 50 cal. Nav comp, we don't need to do that. I'm looking for 3 particular quests here. Not nav comp. Come on. There's one of them. Quests. There we go, the sniper sweep. There should be one more. I think it's from Euraska too, though. Maybe it's from Eurasia. 2 should be fine, but I really want to get the last one too. Alright, where are you? Hey, Gordo. Watching me just manually refresh quests so I can get all of the 3 kill quests at the same time. Is it Eurasia who sells it? Alright, last one. I was going with 2, I guess. I was looking for Tormentor. I think it goes off Euraska too. Regions, we're gonna go to Mesa, we're gonna go to City Ruins, we're gonna go to Pneumatic Jump. So like this is like the one time you can actually snipe really, is a map like this with the assassination quests. So every other unit in the game will only spawn when you enter certain areas, certain spawn areas. But yeah, Yureska, thank you. The quest characters will always spawn in immediately when you load the map. So it's quite a bit different. So you can actually snipe them across the map.
I hate the surface.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on PoE 2 to have a better a patch. Right now I was leveling up a witch, the blood witch, whatever it's called, and right now because spell leech doesn't work, it basically makes her unplayable. Not unplayable, but you lose any reason to use your ascendancies right now as her because you can't leech off your spell damage. All right. Unfortunately, they don't spawn over here. So they'll occasionally spawn in here, or they'll spawn over here. If not, they can spawn down below us. That's the sad thing too, right? Is like you don't always get the snipe too, depending on where they spawn at or if they spawn at all. The other spot where they can spawn is like right below us on top of the mech, but what about it? They're not there either, it looks like. All sad. Oh, the jump pack is great. The jump pack. So right now, okay. So you get the movement when you start out in the game is really bad. You do get used to it. The biggest problem with movement in the game is that there's it's more of a map problem than it is a movement problem. Is that a lot of the it can be part movement too. Small changes in height and terrain can sometimes block you from moving, and it feels like you should just be able to walk over them, right? That's something they need to smooth out and figure out on maps. It's just basically like it's a high level pass on maps, right? Make it feel smoother and move around better. That's the big thing in regards to movement. I will say too, there's a few more quality of life things, right? One thing is that all of the movement is mouse based for the most part. And I do have a few friends who prefer, so for example, when you're sprinting, hitting A and D does nothing. And they kind of have wanted to like actually have some movement left and right with A and D. Not like side strafing, but just like turning a little bit, right? Some additional functionality. Oh, by the way, that's probably the sniper right there. Whenever you hear that clipping audio, the audio that keeps going on forever and ever, that's always a quest unit doing that, right? It's Tormentor, or it's usually the, what's it called, his name, the commander. But that looks like the DMR guy down there died, the sniper died. Moo. Makes no damn sense. All right, is your bag still here? Yeah, that's the sniper right there. Wait. It actually says cultist, right? Wait. Let's fly there. We're good. See? Like, what the fuck? Sorry, I got a bit distracted. It's nice how tanks generally don't register you as a threat. Because you're really not, right? At least when they don't have you seeing it like tank weapons. It honestly feels like it should be the same way with next to, right? Like, units that large should just almost not care about you. Or just actually does not care about you. Yeah, like, it's a good point, John, too, right? Just like the lack of, like, and you can cheat it too. You can do things like sprites if you really want to, really far away, but you can also do things like just general out of map, like, so if we go over here to this far corner where things despawn, right? Actually, let's just go up to the top. The top will be a good example. That's a few more than I was expecting, actually. It's a lot of red dots there. Give me all your alcohol. But I'll show you guys a good example of this. Alright, we're just gonna cut through here. Okay. So if we come around here to the left, if you did not know, the inside of the crawler is like an LOD zone or culling zone area, basically. When you go inside the crawler, everything out here despawns, which it makes sense, right? Why do you need things out here fighting when you're inside? Just a performance hit. But I'm going to shut up for a second, and you guys can just like listen in and hear how little sound there is. So that's kind of my, like, there's no background ambient sound of anything when there's not units on the field. Which, it can create an eerie sense, right, of like you're in this dead city. But it's currently the case for every map. If there's no units to create the sound, there is no sound. And when you have a giant battlefield, that's what the city's supposed to be, right? You should be hearing sounds of distant gunfire, explosions, you know, planes ahead, right? Just small little ambient stuff like that can make you feel like you're in a war zone instead of a graveyard. And don't get me wrong, the silence is nice. It would be really eerie, for example, for people's like first graveyard shifts or night shifts, to have the city die down and be quiet. It's your first time you're actually experience the city being quiet. But like during the daytime, during wartime, it feels like the city should be alive with sound and things going off in the skybox and other things. I think the devs have relayed that they want things to feel like they want the ambience to be in the game on the map with you, but there's only so much you can do without performance hits, right? Everything you add is going to be performance related, and that's why you have so many despawn and spawn triggers on this map, is for performance, right? So I really do want to see, like, the ways you cheat that is just like off-map explosions, like, you know, things in the skybox, so on and so forth, and just passive sounds of the city, right? Even things like, for example, original Call of Duty 1 and 2, right, back in the day, like very far ago, you know, PvP multiplayer maps, even they realize that you still, on a small game, or like even in a server full of like hectic chaos, you still want those off-map ambient sounds going off, right? To give you the sense of scale. Yeah, the anti-air turret's going off, so on and so forth. Like, just cannons firing. You have all of these cannons back here, too. They could be going off, too. Actually, let's exit through bunker. Not real. I am curious of how prevalent nukes are still in the setting, right? I saw some like dissenting opinions on my like cyborg video too. Hello. This is hard. I guess you might contain one, so you're technically better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway, I saw some dissenting opinions on my Cyborg video, which is perfectly fine. It's a theory video, right? Like, what I'm saying is definitely almost assuredly not the case. Where was I going with this? That Eurasia, like, is kind of displayed as a utopia, like a surface level utopia. And they kind of showed a picture, I think, from either a real video or some other video on, like, a picture of Eurasia. And it looked very, like, it looked very nice and, like, outside, and lights were on and green and so on and so forth. Like, it looked like a utopia. And I was like, it could be propaganda, right? And if nukes were constantly going off too, if nukes were prevalent, I honestly doubt you would be able to have a utopia like that on the surface. Yeah, like, if they were still constantly in use, which they might be, right? It would mean that, like, almost assuredly planet level mining is just not a thing, or planet level growing is not a thing. It would have to be, like, in biodomes or greenhouses or, like, underground in agricultural areas. Using, for example, oh, hello, you. Synthetic light. Phosphor light, for example. Hello, sir. That's what I thought. I definitely thought that was way too close for comfort. Who's a good boy? I'm gonna start running. I'm sorry. We can talk about this. Just a little love tap. All right, we're here. Wait, what? 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 There we go. For a second, I thought, is it immune to my 50 cal bullets? No, it's just wildly inaccurate. Yeah, that's like kind of my, like, I made this argument about all of the attachments we have and all of the plastic guns, or not plastic per se, but plastics and composites that we have. Polymers. Now, I don't think all polymers or plastics use oil, but I think a lot of them do, right? I'm not an expert on plastics or polymers, so forgive me if you know better than I do. But this is just what I know, or what I feel like I know. But in a setting like this, and this is Bakelite, right? Which is not, but wooden Bakelite. I think Bakelite's like a plastic, right? Well, let's find a good example of this, right? Like an M4. In a setting like the Forever Winter, right, where it feels like nuking or destroying infrastructure is a very, like, important aspect of it, right? Like, for example, destroying oil infrastructure or destroying other infrastructure like that. Would there really be a heavy reliance on things like polymers, so on and so forth? Or would you much more go into things like, for example, we go over to Gorilla, right? Where are you, baby? There we go. We go over to things like the MPL, right? Which is like almost, oh, and there's probably a little bit of plastic here, right? But almost completely stamped metal. Speaking of MPL, it's time. I love this gun so much. It is not a... It is, like, probably the worst gun in the game that I actually like using. It's an A for aesthetics. It's like a D or an F for actual being usable. But it's just so fun. It feels like a gun that should exist in this setting. Let's go over to Gunhead too. We haven't played Gunhead yet. Or a lot of Gunhead yet. Let's just go full 9mm. We have an APC-9 Pro on the head and an MPL in our hands. guess this works. We're probably gonna end up dying here, but it's fine. I will say too, an interesting thing just popped in my head also. So right now, there's not really a penalty for dying outside of losing your stuff. But it'd be really interesting if there were like soft or hard penalties in the future. If Gunhead's was different because he's not flesh, he's metal. So I'm not saying this should be the case, right? But say theoretically, if you died, you lost to water. It could be a case where Gunhead, despite not being able to heal, is nice for some objectives where you don't need to come back from because he's not going to be a water loss when he dies. I want to say there's controller functionality stem, so yeah, I remember seeing it in the patch notes about more controller functionality, so I imagine you can. I think I've gotten mixed comments on it though. Some people said it's good, some people said it's so results may vary, but you can play it with it. And I will say too, if like the 6 and 12 meter radius is supposed to be audio, there definitely needs to be more passive audio to like Gunhead and stuff, right? In regards to the sound he makes, like it would make a lot more sense if I was standing still, if I made much more ambient sound. I imagine it does, right? Give me all your loot. Good night, sweet prince. Oh, hold on. Improvements? Yeah, like, I would say overall, like, stability's better, in regards to, like, not having FPS drops. I will say, though, too, so, if you're experiencing FPS drops, and you have an NVIDIA card, go to your control panel and increase the shader cache to whatever you can spare. When you have stutters in this game, it's most likely related to shaders. But like that's much better now for me. Despite all of the weird quirks right now with the AI, I do think it's better. It's just heavily dysfunctional now too, though. Like it's like 2 steps back, 1 step, or 2 steps forward, 1 step back, as opposed to 2 steps forward, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. It's serviceable. Was I on burst? I think I was. That's why I wasn't shooting right. All right. Our quests are complete and we are very hurt. I can't loot these because they're, you know, EOD bags. But I would say, like, considering what we started out with, I would say, yeah, everything's like, the game is in a better spot than it was at launch. It has some bad things going on right now, like the aggro radius, but those feel just like part-way implementations that aren't fully fleshed out yet. Yeah, Jack, too. I do like that whole concept, too. Like, they have a lot of ambiance spots in quite a few of the maps, and I really enjoy that aspect, right? Like, the meat grinder and stuff like that. It's something that doesn't serve, like, it's for a quest, really, right? But, like, it's really just a cool set piece. But it is a nice feature to have. Just, like, some more flair to maps, right? All right, I need to get these guys to be in a line. This should work too, actually. By the corner. See, like, on a character that can just heal, right? I would just gun them down the hallway, like right here. But considering I'm Gunhead and I have to be careful with my health and how exposed I am, I'm like, okay, let's actually fall back here and take a better angle. And it worked out. There's also guys behind me. A lot of guys behind me. I need to run. That's way too many guys. Run, run. I'm sorry for using an unsilenced gun. Ow, ow, no, 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 no. Oh, oh, oh. Nice little run. Gunhead's always fun. How rude. Yeah, AK for that. We can unlock the AK, but that's really about it. It takes so long. Yeah, I am curious too. It could be the case also that, like, anyone seemed to be building new. Well, I feel like Eruska and Eurasia both have giant buffer zones if they wanted to build nukes. Like, it could be the case too, right? If Eurasia is trying to, like, terraform the Earth, nuking doesn't really suit their goals. It also could be too that, like, considering the implication that a lot of the leaders or people in high stations in the government in this setting are most likely AI in some capacity, they could just realize too that with everything being underground, there's not much point in nuking the surface. Like, you would almost need like a bunker buster to nuke into the, like, get into the factory and nuke the factory. But considering the innards too, right? The innards are sprawling. Like, if we go over to here, right? If this is the case in most urban centers, where you just have these giant chasms and pits of, like, we can't even see the surface here, right? We're deep underground. So it could just be the case that there's no reason to use nukes, at least not on the surface, because it wouldn't hurt anything under here. Is it time to level the Scar? Well, I should be able to get upgrades for this, right? Do I have any upgrades for you yet? I do. Oh. It's got a little bit of plastic beneath it. But it's still only 8 rounds. Need a laser. Let's go talk to Grillo real quick. Hey Grillo, few parts or attachments. I need a foregrip. Doesn't really matter which one I get. And I need a laser. It's so close to Magwell, my god. We have our flashlight, we have our laser. It's perfect. The Scar is quite loud. But we have to level it, right? How else will we get the drum bag for the Scar? God, 8 rounds. We'll never go through that much ammo. I don't think we can play... We can't play this character with the Scar. It has to be one who can heal. Sorry, Gunhead. Oh, did we prestige up with him? Oh, it's so unfortunate. I guess it has to be Gunhead actually, or Bagman, but yeah, sure. Let's do Bagman. Bagman will work. He's got HP. We should actually bring a backup gun too for when this undoubtedly goes wrong. It's better once it gets the drum mag, but yeah, it's real bad. It honestly would be fine too if it had a silencer, because it's actually much more of a DMR at that point. But no, it's pretty bad. Regions, we'll do Nexus. So Morkan, you're thinking about the Scar Heavy. So there's the Scar Light, which is 556. There's the Scar Heavy, which is 762 or 308. And then there is the Scar Super Heavy, which is chambered in 50 BMG. And then you have the Scar Ultra. And whatever the fuck the mech fires. 200 millimeter. We are currently using the Scar Super Heavy. And like weirdly enough too, with the headshot changes on things with actual headshot boxes, it actually doesn't, it's not too bad. Yeah, once you start looking at your open arms, it's just all scars. That's all red dots. Hold on, I can fix this. I can fix this. I can fix this. I can fix this. I fixed it. Oh yeah, Painless is funny. Painless is just like it's like Painless is like the one gun in the game they like designed themselves, and it's actually ludicrous. It's like a base MG34 with like just a motor on it. And the interesting thing too, as long as you're running a map with your opens, like for example Mech Trench, you will more often than not leave with more ammo than you came in with. It's kind of crazy. Because your opens drop so much 50 cal, and they come in 30 round stacks. Yeah, it's like a more grimdarky smart gun. Yeah. I think in like one of the trailers too, they definitely showed off a gun with like some smart elements to it, like that will highlight a target and shoot at it for you. Or aim for you, basically. Yeah, Painless. It's from what's it called? That quest? Hostile Expungement from Eurasia. It's super easy to do. Hold on, I can fix this. I can't fix this. And that is why the Scar Heavy is bad. Or sorry, the Scar Super Heavy is bad. Nice chat. It's actually... It's weirdly murky, stupidly easy to acquire. It actually... I imagine we'll see it in the future be harder to get, but no, like, where are you? I've been farmed. The Vepr 12 is fine. It's basically like, do you want an AA-12 with a flashlight? That's the Vepr 12 essentially. But yeah, it's this quest right here off Eurasia. The heavy machine gun is painless. It's really easy to do. Yeah, the only things I can use right now are Gunhead and Bagman. Weirdly enough, the 12 advanced medkits are more of a loss than actually painless. Oh, I gotta sell some stuff. I didn't realize how poor I was, or not poor, but asset rich. How would you like some guns I don't want to use? That's fine for now. Anyway, back to Heisenberg. Let's go back to Masked Man. Yeah, like, so that's like essentially the problem with the... It's kind of a very interesting, like, if you think about it, at least for me, so basically every major patch thus far, they've essentially been increasing the lethality of the NPCs, and I feel like a lot of that's because of our ability to stun lock them. It feels like there's almost an arms race to some degree of our ability to stun lock and the ability for them to do damage. And I honestly would much prefer... It's a medicine issue problem too. If we take meds out of the equation, right, I would much prefer a system that staggering was very rare, but damage was also nerfed a bit too. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of staggering as a mechanic for just conventional arms. Because it makes stagger locking things just so damn important. Wait, also, hold on here. Let me fix this. So the RPK and AK use the same exact parts. Don't ask why. But I need to actually do that drum mag on here real quick. All right, there's that. That works. Flashlight. All right, we have you. We see quests now. There's a few precursor quests, HPW. Do you have like quests like Staunch the Bleeding still active? Like what? I wonder if you abandoned quests that were, I think you did them back. There's a few quests that are precursor quests. They don't do a good job of explaining them to you though. Are you doing the thing right now where, for example, I will back out and come back in and get new quest logs? Because like sometimes you will get unlucky too and not see a quest constantly. There are some quests too that are only once and done. Yeah, I don't know then. Might be a bug. I have no idea then. I know like a quest like Icon at Stake is only doable once, but I think all of the Frozen Swamp quests are repeatable. I unfortunately do not know them. Though, just post it in the, if you're not on the Discord currently, if you go to the Steam page for the game, there's a Discord link. If you verify your game there, verify ownership of the game, you'll get access to a feedback section and post your bug there. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I know. So there was a patch like a few days, like a day after the game came out, or after this patch came out, to fix the quests for this game that weren't showing up or were in the game. But it was like a day after the patch, so I imagine you should have that patch. What you could do, there is the local folder, right? Yeah, Fundog won't respond, but they'll see it. They don't respond to things like that, but people they'll see it. What you could do is you can pull out. Let me just get this real quickly. Yeah, so if you go to your local app data folder and go to the Winter, pull out your saved game file from there and just put it on your desktop, and then reinstall the game, and that way you can keep your progress by putting that saved game file back into the game after that. Basically just copy that whole folder actually and move it back in over that after you install the game. It sucks. I know it's a big game, but that's the only thing I can think of right now. Just make sure you like, yeah, just, is that a gacha in the floor? Did they is that a gacha on the floor? Or is that reused? Is that always there? It looks like a gacha. It smells like a gacha. But I can't, is it? Here. Is that always there? But yeah, I would just say, yeah, save your save files in somewhere safe, and then just reinstall the game. It's clipping like a gotcha, yeah. Up we go, in style. It's always so interesting how he's like trapped in here, right? Like, is he actually like instructed to stay in this room so that he's actually stays sniping? I wonder if that's the issue, right? Is he wants to path out if he's not trapped in here? This is cemetery in the shanty area. I wonder if they were having issues keeping him in here, and so they trapped him in here on purpose. It doesn't seem like he can shoot over this railing very well. It does make sense, like it's like he's like aiming right in the area where it clips in. Yeah, this is the shanty town area and underground, not cemetery, frozen swamp. Cool little area. Yeah, I find that a bit interestingly weird too, right? Like, it definitely gives the sense that Europa does not care about these people, considering they let them sit very close without hindering them. Ow, yeah, there's this. Shotgun's hurt. Anyway. Yeah, it's very... They might just basically have like the "we won't fuck with you, you don't fuck with us" pack, basically. But like, yeah, right across the water over there is Europa. Like, they're right next to each other. Yeah, ouch. I mean, Europa is still in the, they still operate the fracking machine over there, the injector. That's like the only spot on the map they're actually at, though, is at the injector. Though I could believe, Mercury, that's actually the case too, right? Maybe they only reinforce that location through airdrops. There is the medium mech occasionally, like the medium mech there occasionally. But like, once we get like air units for Europa, maybe that is the case. The area around it is like unreinforceable. So you only get like airdrops in. It does have a helipad, right? It has a little extra pad up top for helicopters. Alright, the Europans are dead. That's done. Now we need to get up top. I guess it's not this way. Oh, there it is. There's literally a staircase right there. You know, it does, yeah. It really does, Dane. I imagine we'll have to see... I feel like we're gonna get an update then this week for something like that, like a hot fix, but we'll have to see. I kind of feel like it wasn't intentional, like maybe it snuck in and it was a work in progress feature that snuck into the update. So maybe like they're looking why it snuck into the version control, like it got past the version control perhaps, maybe, I don't know. Because it like, if I was QA testing this right, I feel like I would catch that pretty immediately. That something's really weird going on. I feel like we figured it out by this, like the second stream we figured out what was going on with the cylinder. Did not take us very long. Too many injectors. I do want to go higher so much. The pneumatic jump with this game is so cool, but like very few areas actually utilize it, if at all. Yeah. Roads. And also, it doesn't help too that they did that along with drones being just deadlier now. I need a better angle than this. This should work. No one saw anything. Yeah, they're above me now too. Like that's the cursed spot too about this, right? There's a respawn point right above you. And so they will basically respawn and aggro to you immediately. It does sound like they're distracted though, at least. For now. Maybe not for long though. Yeah, the drones are real rough now. And like the weirdest thing too, it doesn't feel like they're supposed to have guns. It just for now that they do. But yeah, on Merkay's point too, considering the destroyed Titans downside, like down here, and like the nature of just down there being like a hellhole of cyborgs, it kind of would make sense that Europa might only repopulate this area via these platforms here, like right here. Setting in reinforcements, picking up people, moving them around, so on and so forth. So like as opposed to coming in, because like we have all of these destroyed Titans coming in here, right? We have 3 of them. They do have the trains too, I will say, and the Europans do operate the trains. The train behind us is crashed, but the train over here seems operational. So we do have this rail line coming through. That sounds gnarly, Duffs. Maybe a different unit, but yeah, I could believe that. I know that the Euruscan/Eurasian drones are supposed to basically be grabbers, right? Like they're supposed to grab things and carry them away. Probably to their effigies. Yeah, Jack, yeah. I'm still very confused about the whole like Euruscan versus Eurasian drone thing. So, ugh. Depending on the map and what quest you have, the drones will either be your Ruskin or Eurasian, but they'll be exactly the same either way. So I'm curious if it's placeholder or if that's actually supposed to be the case, or you have both being the exact same model. All right, let's try this again. I'm very curious if this is gonna like hurt us. Or not hurt us, but rather that squad's gonna spawn again. Let's keep an eye over here. That's an HK.
Have you got some sort of a plan?
It's just their drones are exactly like flies, right? Annoying flies. Did it despawn? Oh, it's still there. Oh. All right. Unfortunately, very empty room this time around. Is there anything in here? I've been bamboozled. Let's go over. I have a ton of drills. Let's go over to the crash trade. Yeah, it's really weird. Like the EOD hunter killers are wildly inaccurate with their LMGs, and then you have the drones, which are like far more effective hunter killers than those guys because they're actually accurate. Also, I'm curious what the deal with these are, right? Like the root bridge feet. Very weird. Like, is it engineered nature? It looks organic, right? Oh, for sure. I imagine, like, eventually we'll get specific HKs per faction you piss off. But since the pool is so small right now, it's just, you know, one HK pool for everyone. All right, open that one up. This one up. I hear someone. One here? Is there not one here? Huh. I have been bamboozled again. I feel like these should have more stuff in them. Here we go, a container. I've been rewarded. I think this is one too, right? Or maybe not. It's similarly shaped to that other room, but maybe not. Nope. Yeah, I see you.
Taking fire.
I feel like with the accuracy of where they know where we are, why not just drop a missile on us? Wouldn't that just be easier for everyone involved? Just send a missile my way when you don't like me anymore. Ah, stop, please. I can definitely see that, right? Yeah, very Scorn-esque for your Ruskin. That's a very good comparison. I actually do hope they lean more into the body horror with Yoruska. Like right now, Yoruska and Eurasian kind of blend together a little bit. But if they go much more into the body horror of Yoruska, I could definitely see that being really interesting and neat.
Check those.
It's Under Killer. So it knows where I am and wants me dead. Yes, water thief, go. And he's dead. Did he get the HK though? Can't tell. Below me, right? Alright, it's time to leave. Who are they fighting? Yeah, it's a bit weird sometimes. The HK system doesn't always work the way you think it does. Sometimes you just start getting shot from across the map. And then you learn you have an HK on you. Oh, hello. I heard the comm chatter and thought it was like a full Euruscan squad, or full European squad. I mean, that's kind of been the case with HKs forever now. They've always been kind of annoying and not really deadly. They are deadly though through persistence, at least. Yeah, David. Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's the current schedule. From about 1 EST to about 5 EST. Approximately, give or take, depending on context. It's a Jack, it's a psyop, I love it. They don't want the bad publicity of actually them doing it, so they're sending out freelancers to do it for them.
Wake me up in a year.
Oh yeah, the Underkiller HKs for sure. They just constantly keep shooting at you when you're trying to snipe. And there's a bit of aim punch in the game occasionally. It's not too bad of aim punch, but it does happen. I am East Coast US. And I don't really... I guess I have an accent because everyone has an accent, but it's pretty just bog standard US East accent. Generic American accent. Need 4 days of water. The devs don't really directly... The only person from Fundog you will see actively communicate in the server is their community manager. The devs do not directly engage in the Discord. They might have like sleeper accounts, but like they're not officially there. They have said in Q&As though they do look at the Discord, so we can assume that they do look at the Discord. But it's wise, like... It makes sense for them not to directly communicate with players. Considering some people were like, you should be working, not doing Q&As. I can't imagine talking in Discord will be any better than that. Yeah, like, that's unfortunately the way how it is nowadays too, Jack. You just kind of have to avoid it. Just don't engage in it and move on. And it's wise too, because sometimes the people who are trying to engage you aren't engaging in good faith. Let's do some sniping on Scrapyard. Not Scrapyard, on Scorched. So unfortunately, we don't have... We don't have a leveled SVD yet. I usually prefer a leveled SVD for this, but this will work. This will do just fine. I need to get my quests. There's one. Pyro? Nope. Characters, regions, Torched Enclave, entry point, cemetery. We have our jump, we have our ammo, we have our meds, we're good. Yeah, I will say, like, they're a bit bigger developer too, and I don't think their CM is probably as... Their CM is probably a pure... Like, when you have a small indie company, right, a lot of your roles bleed into different things. I can't remember, it's not early on, though, it takes a while. But when you're in a small indie company, you usually bleed into a lot of different roles that you're usually not specialized when you're doing a thing like CMing. But Airhead feels big enough where their CM is only a CM. And so their only goal is to communicate things to the players. Alright, we need to go a bit farther. So the spawn trigger happens around here or so. When you see two, they pop in, you know you're good. I didn't bring up... we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Sniping without a scope. But once you get up here, the spawn trigger is now dead. Essentially won't happen anymore, so you're actually safe to snipe without extra ads. There's one. Alright.
Enemy contact. Not sure where.
And interestingly enough, too, like... well, it sucks for seeing things. The accuracy is actually just better. Alright, where's Pyro? Corva, it's a giant mess because with a game as popular as Helldivers, it just attracts all the type of inflammatory people. Because the people who want to act in bad faith want to have a big platform to do it on because they're craving attention. And so a big platform like the Helldivers community Discord, the Helldivers Discord, is a good way for them to do that. Is that Pyro or is that a different guy? Pyro? No, not Pyro. Pyro's probably already dead, to be honest. He dies pretty quickly. He could be over here, though. He does occasionally spawn over here. I see a flashlight. No, I definitely know what you're talking about, right? I do remember a few of the dramas coming from the Helldivers Discord. Mainly in the art section. Yeah, the only thing Pyro's missing right now, Jack, is the actual flamethrower. Oh no, yeah, it's silly to get banned for something like that. At the same time, the people who were doing that, looking for a reaction from those people, weren't gonna stop there. And like, people are just shitty on the internet, man. On both sides, every side's got its shitty people, but like, yeah, just fucking degenerates, man. If you don't like something, just don't engage with it and move on. No, yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. That's the nice thing though, right? You don't have to engage with them a lot at all, really. You can just play the game and enjoy it. Yeah, the perk of unsilenced guns. And like, once again, a nice aspect of like a PvE game, right? You can just not, you can choose to not engage with a lot of the community you don't like. I mean, the whole art situation in the Helldivers Discord is so long ago. It was just shitty all around. Like, the mods overreacted, and then it just became a big issue, and a bunch of brigading. And that's, I'm gonna tell you, okay, so that's generally how they act, right? The trolls like that, they try to get an unfair reaction or a disproportionate reaction, and so they can amplify it by 1,000 and blow it up. Something that should have just been a case in a small Discord, like a small Discord issue, like, yeah, the moderator was too heavy-handed. They overstepped, it's fine. It blew up into a giant issue where I think, like, even Asmongold covered it, right? And blew it up, and then brigading happened, and then it blew out of proportion out of one stupid fucking thing. A moderator overstepping their bounds. Like, was the moderator too far? Yes, but was it brigaded out of fucking control? Absolutely, because people are just looking... People want to... Anger is an addiction, and people really like trying to find things to be angry about because they're addicted to the feeling of being angry, because it makes them feel alive. And it's sad and unfortunate, but that's just how the internet is nowadays. I wouldn't even say that, like, validation to some extent, yeah, but they just want to have the feelings of, like, when you're locked in and when you don't go outside a lot and when you don't socially encounter people a lot, right? Just any social feeling at all is better than nothing. Let's do a mausoleum. We haven't done bring her in yet, I will say. I do have a grenade launcher. Is it time to get our first friend? Our first new friend? I think so. I think it's time for a friend. They're not a prisoner, they're a friend. We're rescuing them. Remember, guys, rescuing. We are rescuing them. They're prisoners inside of their exo. We are freeing them. We're killing a pilot and rescuing a pilot. We're balancing the measures. And then ruins, and we're good. Yeah, Jack, that essentially is, yeah, most mainstream media is bait, but just for the reasons why mainstream media is rage bait, also tons of things are online are also rage bait because it drives views, which drives ad revenue. All right, let's kill a life to save a life. All right, not over there. Ow. Over here? Nope. They probably had the farthest spawn then, actually. No, I think Ruins is the best spawn. Trench isn't bad. The problem with Trenchlow, where are this person? Hello? They're there. The problem with Trench is you have to leave either through there or up there, and both those are terrible exit points right now. So like Ruins gives you the option of leaving behind the main loot area, which is amazing. I would say they're kind of neutral. They don't really help you or hurt you. They're just kind of really quirky. If they actually like stood still when you told them to hold position, I'd be much more inclined to like them. But because they have the tendency to like roam around and like go in circles and just walk in front of your path of fire, it makes them a bit awkward to use. And I do really like the concept of a scav mule. If you could give stuff to the scav mule to bring in to kind of give you extra meds and stuff, that would be really nice. I'm playing just on all high, Jacob, with it's 1440p, but 60% scaling. But everything is on high. And I have a 5800X, so 5800X, and then a 3080. And I think it's only a 10 gig 3080 too. It's one of the earlier 3080s. God, they hurt now so much. All right, I'm here to rescue you. Are you alive? Pilot? Pilot? I can't have him match up and pick him up at the same time. I don't think I see him though. Go pilot. All right, we'll have to try again.
Please, give me time.
Hey, civilians. Be free. It would be interesting, actually, right? No, sometimes pods don't spawn when you kill it. It would be interesting, actually, if that would be a reason to not use explosives on an exo, is because it would kill the pilot inside and you couldn't rescue them. Good trade-off. Don't worry, there's more exos where that came from, by the way. I do. It runs. So weirdly enough, Noel, I am actually basically almost very minimally GPU constrained. The only times where I'll actually see a big FPS drop is when I go to Ultra. Not big, like 10, 20 frames per second, which will keep it below 60. I am mainly more CPU constrained than GPU. This game is actually pretty CPU intensive. Just shot at me. There you are. So like, if I wanted to get better performance out of this game, I would need to upgrade my CPU more than GPU. For example, my friend who has a 7800 X3D and a, I think 7900 XT, which is pretty comparable in non-ray trace performance to the 3080, if I recall correctly, gets about 90 frames, but I'm sitting about 60. So it's mainly just all CPU for me. No, he just, his container still flies away. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, that's a wall. All right, we'll drop you. It's fine. Like, the game is still definitely playable for me. I don't have any issues with like playability. I don't get any stutters really. It's just that I don't get as good as frames as other people do. There we go. I am rescuing you. Welcome to the resistance. Also, please don't get shot. Yeah, like for example, the Exo from over here shot something all the way into this corner right here, down here. So that's essentially what happens with the Red Baron quest item, is it just flies around somewhere and you can't find it before it despawns. Oh. Ugh. Well, yeah, I am using a streaming PC though, Pixel. Yeah. Entirely different machine for streaming. I imagine they don't sell for good money, Ivan. You turn them in for good money. We're not selling them, we're bartering with them. It's entirely different. It's not slavery, I swear. See, like, if we go to the quest, right? I can't remember when. Yeah, we get, yeah, 50K. See, they're worth a lot. No, it's not slavery. It's not slavery. It's bartering for people, which indentured servants. Okay. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. It's probably the case, right? Because it's much easier with a female's body frame to get inside of a mech. It's smaller. What's the difference? One sounds a lot better than the other one. It's all about your frame of reference. We're buying upgrades, perhaps? Maybe. But I have that money, actually. Not even that too. If you consider also that we, like, on this rig, we can carry like about 1.3 thousand kilograms. Yeah, if I go to Ready Room now, I can do recruit, I can do pilot. Friend. The exopilot you saved. Oh, you want, yeah, you want a lot of money, that's right. I have money for that too, just need to sell things. Don't worry about that right now. Wait, hold on. I have a really evil idea. I have a really evil idea. Hold on. I'm cooking. Come on, I know you're here. Where are you? Come on. Okay. We're like 300, doesn't really matter too much. There's a lot of meds actually. Very astute, David. Very astute of you. Come on, Fred. I have a task for you to prove your loyalty. Yeah, bud. Don't drag your feet. I see you dragging your feet back there. Alright. If I were the pilot, where would I be? I'd be over here. Yeah, honestly, this really feels like their first map they made because it definitely has that vibe of like, oh, they discovered the tools of Unreal Engine 5 to like give you really cool generated terrain quickly off a set tile. Where's the pilot at? You can't hide from your fate. Oh, there. No hesitation. Great job, pilot. Oh shit. Rip pilot. She just couldn't stand to live life without her other pilot. Oh, and she stole. Oh, wait, hold on here. You're telling me that my recruit doesn't give me credit for kills? That seems like utterly absurd. Yeah, kill, stole, then died. I feel betrayed. Alright, I have no meds. And not a lot of ammo left. Need to be a little cautious here. I got you right now too. Jacob, we don't look at the past, man. We only look at the future. That was the history. That was, let bygones be bygones. I should probably actually pick up that stuff as opposed to... Yeah, there we go. It honestly would be very interesting. I've kind of wanted to see it with a few different items. Like, say for example... First things first, water couldn't be 1 barrel for 1 water. It'd be like 1 barrel for like 100 water. I know 100 water like would last how many ever days, but it'd be really interesting if like stuff you carried on your back could get damaged by gunfire. So say for example you were running away from a squad and you had water on your back, and if it got shot it would start leaking some of your water. Same thing with the pilot, right? You pick up the pilot, you run away, and you just see the pilot on your back to turn to paper mache from gunfire. Though it would be interesting too, right? Maybe Europans don't shoot at you with a pilot on your back, right? At least not at your back. It's like you have a hostage. Yeah, I didn't hear him before, so I was hoping that we didn't actually have him on the map, but... Oh, I didn't one-shot him. Right away. You guys got a person for a face? Yeah. He's like... We call him dog, but he's like a hybrid. He's like a human-cat hybrid. He's not even a dog, too. I think it's like more of like a cat, right? But he's dog now. Maybe that's why he's so angry. He's like, I'm blended together with a cat, and you keep calling me dog. Let's do a drone hell for our last one. Ugh. This guy's is so scary. Let's do 1 center too. You know what? We're gonna... Where are you? Do something a little different. Where are you, baby? Where's my 50 cal at? I don't actually have that much of it. I would have more. I have enough, but hold on. Brillo. How much 50 do you sell, actually? 200 rounds? That's plenty. 1,000 rounds of 50 is perfectly fine enough, considering we're going to be killing your opens here. I think we're good. We should probably bring it back up just in case. Just a little something something like an RPK. With an extra like 100 rounds just in case. I actually, Jack, have not purchased the mech god yet here. We are a different a deity of inert scavs here. We worship what's another thing for scavs to worship? Other than the Rat King? you have two factions of scavs. You have the Racking Disciples, then you have something else. That tree has a very wide radius. I have never seen Grabber in this map yet. Though this map doesn't have a night shift yet, or at all. So, yeah, I haven't seen any of the special. I haven't seen Mother Courages, Grabbers, Orgamechs. None of the special unkillables yet on this map. Though, I mean, I am curious because, like, the Grabbers are just part of the HK pool. So it should theoretically mean you could potentially get a Grabber here as an HK. I mean, I will say, when you get into low probabilities they have for this game, sometimes you just don't. Actually, no, I think you're right, actually, Jacob. I think I have seen a Grabber here once. It's been a long time. I think it was at the very start. It's in an area near the Titan Rex that there's not much reason to go to, I don't think, right? But I think there actually is a Grabber, though. It's on the very, if we look in this direction, it's like over here. It's essentially in like a dead area of the map. I do recall seeing a Grabber now. It's just been a while. It's like, I haven't seen it anywhere else though. Just that one small area. Is there, am I cursed again not to have the comms for this, for clear skies? I guess so. I don't think there's nothing it could be over here, right? It's, I guess it's inside. So unfortunate. I could, where is it? At the train yard, where we lower the bridge, there is the chance of a jammer spawning there. Not jammer, but what's it called? A drill spawning there. So we can head to the train, go up top and see near the fire. I think so. Hold on. We'll come back there in a second, actually. I'm gonna see if there's a drill there first. I do think they need to add some benefits for, like, the smaller rigs. And that could definitely be one of them, Jack. Like stealth or mobility, perhaps. Oh, it's an Exo. Hey, Exo. I mean, I could kill you. So if you're wondering why I slung down immediately and then got back up, so your recoil builds in this game even if you control it, and so when you release the trigger, it will compensate for that recoil immediately and shoot you into the ground. Holy shit. It is a reason to tap fire. All right, so we're heading up there. There's a room up here where I've found a drill before, so I'm trying to eventually find a drill so we can actually do clear skies. Lots of running around today. I wouldn't be surprised if we have an EOD on us yet, considering how much we've killed. Oh, no, yeah, that. Hey, yeah, that's fair. All right, is there a drill in here? Not there. I'll take ammo though. All right. So unfortunately no drill. Maybe there's one in the central area for data waves. Let's head around. Oh, hello guys. You'll have more 50 cal for me. I said you'll have more. There we go. Where the hell did you come from? My god. Ninja. But yeah, so like past this destroyed crawler, like, and near that one at the edge of the map, I have seen a grabber there before. But like, I haven't really found a reason to really go over there. Brian, they do not want to wipe unless they have to for a like gameplay reason, like a skill. Like for example, if like a new skill tree or a new system is completely incompatible with the old one, they want to do wipes for only certain things. They basically, their intent is to not try and wipe your game if they can help it. That doesn't mean they won't, but they're going to try and avoid it at all scenarios. They don't care about, like, you know, artificial wipes or patches. They're going to try to make sure your game will work, and only instances where that doesn't happen will they actually wipe certain things for compatibility. Which is refreshing and nice, I think. Let's keep moving. I don't think so, right? I don't think they're going to avoid things like on purpose for changing things, right? Just that if they have to, they may have to do wipes. Painless is so silly. Drone? There. You're right. I guess the only other spot, right, maybe there might be a jammer at, or sorry, a drill at, it might be in the central area for data waves. There's the HK. Alright. Hopefully the drone will deal with him. It feels like the HK2 just like is ignoring the drone. I wonder if they'll like program to only hate us and ignore everything else. Are they shooting me? Bad drones. Is that the HK? I thought it was the HK for a second. Next.
We got this.
Just went through me. Ow. Okay, I think we just got spawned behind. That or very quiet walking behind us. Very unfortunate. That's the danger of stairs. It's fun, but man, my two current thoughts is no, it was a shotgun behind us. There is a spawn trigger sometimes on those staircases where like right behind you, it will spawn in, hi often, and just destroy you. Like right where we just passed, that could have been it, or just they were from below us and they walked behind us very quietly. Using this game can be very quiet sometimes and very quite stealthy. All right. Yeah, nothing personal, kid. Teleports behind you with a shotgun. That's it for today, everyone. Thank you for watching. I will be back on Friday. Video sometime this week, maybe the weekend. We'll see. This has been going slow, but it'll come out eventually. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on Friday. Probably doing a group stream next weekend, or next week's like Friday maybe. We'll do a community stream with everyone playing. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys on Friday. Bye all.